Got him.
Hey, you had me nervous actually. I was like, wait a
I was nervous. I wasn't in the hand.
Am I about to pull three aces on the turn? I thought about pulling three aces for a bit. Ace nine.
He's going to need a chip here.
Everything else should be good. The button should be solid for this thing.
Two aces on the turn. I thought about pulling three aces for a bit.
How are you? Doing good.
2-4. He's going to need a chip here.
Everything else should be good. The button should be solid for this thing.
Two aces on the turn. I thought about pulling three aces for a bit.
How are you? Doing good.
2-4. He's going to need a chip here.
Everything else should be good. The button should be solid for this thing.
Two aces on the turn. I thought about pulling three aces for a bit.
How are you? Doing good.
2-4. He's going to need a chip here.
Everything else should be good. The button should be solid for this thing.
Two aces on the turn. I thought about pulling three aces for a bit.
How are you? Doing good.
2-4. He's going to need a chip here.
Everything else should be good. The button should be solid for this thing.
Two aces on the turn. I thought about
All right, guys, for those of you guys tuning in on Facebook, Twitch, and YouTube, we are in the action of our Best Bet Winter Series main event final table. We are having some player audio issues, but you got me here. We're going to get through it. We're going to figure it out. It might take a little bit of time. We'll have the commentators in the booth here momentarily. And we're just going to update these chip stacks. All right, guys, for those of you guys tuning in on Facebook, Twitch, and YouTube, in the action. We don't know what's going on here with the player audio, the action, but we'll get it figured out for you guys. Of our Best Bet Winter Series main event final table, as soon as we can. Are having some player in the meantime issues. But like I said, we're going to update these chip stacks. You got me here. We're going to get everything's on point. We're going to figure it out the best we can. You guys jump in the chat. We'll have the commentators hang out with me. Let me know what's going on. And we're just going to uptate these chip stacks. All right, guys, watch this Winter Series main event final table. First place prize $75,046. This was a 200K guarantee. Generated a prize pool of almost 360,000. We're going to figure it out the best we can. You guys jump in the chat. We'll have the commentators hang out with me. Let me know what's going on. And we're just going to update these chip stacks. Right, guys, watch this Winter Series main event final table. First place prize $75,046. This was a 200K guarantee. Generated a prize pool of almost 360,000. We're going to figure it out the best we can. You guys jump in the chat. We'll have the commentators hang out with me. Let me know what's going on. And we've already lost our 9th place finisher. Took home a 9th place prize of $7,505. Again, we're playing for 10 times that amount. First place paying $75,000. I'll drop the payouts there in the chat box for you guys. Boom. There you go. Next person out, taking home $9,683 for an 8th place finish. But again, we're playing for that top prize, $75K up top. Not bad for an $1,100 buy-in. 370 players in this thing. Like we said, we generated a prize pool of almost 360,000. Came back today with 48 players. 47 of them made the money. So we came back on the Stone Bubble. Stone Bubble, one player busted, did not make the money. Everyone else in the money. A min cash in this $1,100 main event. 47th place, worth $1,759. So like we said, we came back on the Stone Bubble, had one player bust, not get paid. What's worse than that? You have to come back one spot out of the money, don't get paid. And that was it. Then we moved on, played for about 3 more hours, got down to the final 9, and now we're here. Looks like the players are taking their seats. Sitting back down, and we'll get action back underway here in our Best Bet Live Winter Series main event final table. My name is Dustin Shocklock. I'll be here with you guys until we crown a main event champion here in our Winter Series main event. Give him a trophy and $75K. That's a wrap. Not bad for 2 days' work, right? We had a day 1A, started Friday at 11 a.m., and then day 1B started yesterday at 11 a.m. 247 entrants yesterday. We almost hit the guarantee just yesterday. We didn't even need Friday. So, yeah, it sounds a little weird. I don't know what's going on with our player audio out there, but we just don't have it. It's not going on right now. My good friend John H. is going to join me in the booth here, and we'll commentate this thing best we can until we get that player audio up and running for you guys. In the meantime, you guys jump in the chat, hang out with me, let me know what's going on. Let me know who's still in the monster stack here. Going on at Best Bet Jacksonville. All right, now we're back up and running. Got some hands going on here. A couple junky hands in the muck. Looks like Reed getting rid of that ace-deuce offsuit. Hunter picking up 2 black 7s in the cutoff here in the 5 seat. Blinds 15K, 30K to go. Looks like he's coming in for a raise. Makes that 70K, 65. Raising to 65K with the 2 black 7s. Charlie getting rid of that queen jack. Oh, I'm sorry. Charlie called with the queen jack offsuit in the small blind. We're going to be heads up. Hunter's got position with the 2 black 7s. Charlie clicks it over to him. Charlie with the gutter ball with the queen jack offsuit, trying to spike that 10 one time. Looks like the flop goes check, check. Ace of clubs, I think, came in on the turn. Charlie's also got all of his queen and jack outs to make the best hand here. There's one of them. Looks like we got a paired board. Charlie's got aces and queens with a king. Looks like he makes the call here. He's going to be good. Looks like we're still having some latency here with the graphics. They're going to catch back up. Charlie makes the call here, aces and queens with a king. Once the graphics catch back up, he's going to take down that pot. Also receive the button the next hand. For those of you guys that don't know, we do use the Big Blind Ante format in all of our tournaments here in Best Bet Jacksonville. So right now we're playing 15-30 with a 30K Big Blind Ante. Yeah, there we go. Looks like we're going to clear out these old graphics from the last hand and move on to the next one. Thanks for sticking with us tonight, guys, through all of our technical difficulties. Computer technology is a very fickle thing. I don't fully understand it. We just do the best we can. Kelly Joe opening up ace 5 of diamonds, it looks like. Makes it 80K to go. Gets through ace 5 offsuit. Kelly Joe going to pick up the blinds and antes. Some tragic news today. Kobe Bryant, NBA star, played for the Lakers for 20 years, passed away in a helicopter crash. We don't know anything about the 4 other passengers. I don't know anything other than Kobe Bryant was involved. Talking about it in the chat. That's all I got. That's all I know. Nine guns, 333 in the chat. I got conflicting stories here. Somebody saying 8 people, somebody saying 9 total. Man, what a tragedy. How sad. One of the best to ever play the game. Maybe the best. All right, jump back in here. Antonio flopping top pair. Got some kicker problems. St. Ket in the 1 seat. Got middle pair. I'm sorry, bottom pair. Now he's got an open-ender. 6-4 suited, turning the open-ender, 3-4, 5-6. Antonio's got one of the deuces, blocking that straight. Antonio's going to make the best hand on the river. 10s and 5s with a 4. Going to take this one down. Sanket checks, goes check, check on the river. Nice little 150K pot gets pushed to Antonio. Button moves. We're on to the next hand. Looks like we got some confirmation in the chat. 9 players on board. Horrific tragedy. Yeah, we got some Charlie fans in the chat. Congrats to Charlie making that 100K final table last weekend, making that 200K final table this weekend. What a month for that guy, right? Go Charlie. Tyler bumping up the king, queen suited, making it 65K to go. Sanket picking up pocket aces out of the small blind. Looking at he's 50K more to call. He's got 845,000 total. I think I just saw the all-in card come out. 860, all in for 860. Tyler with the insta-fold. Doesn't even think about it. King, queen suited in the muck. Big raise from Sanket there. Getting almost 30 big blinds in the middle. I think I probably would have milked those aces for a little bit, try to get some value. He just rips 30 big blinds in there. Gets the snap fold out of Tyler. Tyler had a big hand. I'm sure he would have called a 3-bet, especially with position in the hand. Sanket was in the small blind, ripping 30 bigs with pocket aces there. Kelly Joe picking up ace-10. Looks like he's going to get it all in here. Him and Reed got 2 all-ins. Got some mystery cards from Reed. Ace-10. Early and nervous bet. Yeah, it's quite possible. A lot of people just like to get it in with aces. They don't want to sweat it. Ace-10 versus pocket jacks here. Blind versus blind. Kelly Joe versus Reed. Kelly Joe's halfway there. He needs a 10 or an ace. King of clubs, no help. 8 of diamonds on the river, no help to Kelly Joe. Pocket jacks are going to hold. Reed's going to get the double up. Reed was getting pretty short there anyway. He only had about 11 big blinds, 12 big blinds. Getting it all in with 2 jacks is the best you can hope for. I'd be ecstatic to pick up 2 jacks with 11 big blinds. KRT 88 saying Tyler was probably going to 4-bet that king queen suited. Yeah, I love king queen suited. It's a great hand. He didn't get the chance. Sanket took that option away from him, sticking 30 big blinds in with pocket aces. Yeah, guys, still waiting on that player audio. Not super sure what's going on with it. It sounds a little weird. But we'll get through it. Doing the best we can here. Get a couple folds. Folds around to Sanket in the cut-off ace-6 of hearts. Looks like Reed all in again. Picking up pocket 8s after the raise from Sanket with the ace-6 suited. Reed 2 for 2 with all ins here. This time getting it in with pocket 8s. Takes it down. All right, guys, button moves. Still at, looks like we're still at 1530. 9 million chips in play in this Winter Series main event. 9 million in play. Antonio coming in for a raise with pocket fours here, making it $70K to go. Looks like this one might get through. Tyler might defend here with 7-5 suited. 40 more for him to call. There's 145 in the middle already. Probably getting the right price here. Tyler does make the call. He probably doesn't know he has 2 overs to Antonio's pocket fours. All right, we're going to be a heads up to the flop. Antonio's pocket 4 is good on the queen tray 8 board, 2 clubs. Flop goes check, check. Ten of hearts, no help to Tyler's hand. He can still make a 7 or a 5, though. He's got 6 outs. Antonio's 4 is holding up, though. Ooh, Tyler gets there on the river. Pair of 5s, queen, 10, 8. Tyler's hand. Tyler makes the best hand here on the river. Leads out very small value bet. Trying to get a little tiny bit of value out of Antonio. Antonio really can't beat anything. Straight draw on the board. Also, Jack 9 is the nuts. Can't beat anything. $25K starting stack in this thing. Antonio in the tank. Can't figure out what is going on. Tyler going for thin value with his pair of 5s. Looks like it's going to be good. Tyler's going to pick up $245K in the middle. It's going to put Tyler up to the 1 million mark as he moves into the small blind next hand. Exotic, chaotic in the chat. Yeah, great turnout. 370 players. We almost doubled the prize pool. Pretty close. About 40-ish players away from doubling the guarantee. Anytime you can do that, I think your event is a success, in my opinion. NRG Poker says, raise the guarantee. I'll run it by the boss man. I'll see what he says. This is our own in-house series. This is the second year we've done it. I think we just wanted to see what we can do. See if we can get there 2 years in a row. We did. We smashed it both years. So, you know, maybe we'll up the guarantee next year. Put a bunch of locals in this year, too. That was cool. You guys asking about when the next tournament series is? It's going to be March. It's going to be WPT. We'll start running satellites next month to get into that WPT main event. Yeah, Best Bet does a great job of putting locals into our big events. We got a big pot going on here. Tyler putting in the 3-bet with the ace deuce of hearts. Looks like Sanket with the min open to 60K. Tyler making it 190 to go. Sanket ripping it here with the 2 jacks. Gets the snap fold out of Tyler. Two jacks good. Sanket takes down that raise out of Tyler. We're on to the next hand. This thing's got 40-minute levels in it, guys, but I think we're getting close to the level change. Blinds will be up here shortly. Stack's going to get a little shorter. Charlie getting there on the flop, flopping top pair. A little bit of a scary board. 5-7-4, 2 diamonds. Charlie with the best hand on the flop, out of position. Looks like can't even get his chips in the middle before Gage snap folds. 10 deuce offsuit, no good. Take a quick look at the stacks so far in the game, guys. Hunter in the 5 seat out in the lead, 1.885 million. Antonio right behind him, 1.5 mil. Kelly Joe, 1.3. Paul's already been eliminated. Gage back of the pack, 625K, about 20 big blinds. He's going to have to get him in there and make some moves quick. So Reed, after a couple all-in, finally has some playing chips. He makes it 80K to go in middle position with ace-queen offsuit. Ace-queen going to be good. Reed taking that one down. Reed chipping up shortly. Got it in with the jacks versus the ace-10 for the double up. Got it in with pocket 8s against the raise. No action on the flop. And this hand. That's how you got to do it in tournaments. Chip up a little bit at a time. Obviously, you want to win the monster pots, but you don't want to put your whole stack at risk if you don't have to. Gage with the 10-6 offsuit on the button, not going to play. Antonio in the small blind, 15K to go. Doing work in the chat. Got Charlie for the win. Charlie versus the field, is that the line? That's the bet. Antonio getting a piece of it. Both players getting a piece of it. Sanket has him out kicked, though. Goes check, check on the flop, and Antonio catches up. 8s and 4s with the queen in the lead. Antonio coming out for 60K after making 2 pair on the turn. Might get a call out of Sanket. Sanket with a middle pair. Flop went check, check. Hard to put him on a queen. Straight draw gets there also, 7-5. Straight draw, flush draw. 5 brings a 4 card straight. Looks like that's going to slow down the action. Antonio's going to show 2 pair. Ship that 210 right there to the 9 seat. Ship me the button, too, while you're at it. Antonio going to pick up that pot. doing work. You going to take that line? Doing work 777 in the chat. You want that line? Charlie versus the field? I think it's a pretty safe bet. Lay some odds. No, we don't bet. No betting allowed in Florida. It's against the law. You guys should know. You guys are going to get me in trouble on the stream. Are blinds on the overlay or am I blind? I don't think I understand the question. Small blind, big blind, 15K, 30K right now. They should be up soon, though. Exotic Chaotic, no, they don't. That's something we're going to change, though. They show when the levels update, there is like a small ticker up in the top middle of the screen that shows the new level, but they don't show currently. Like, they don't show the whole time. But that's something we're going to fix soon because I prefer it that way also. All right, button moves. We're on to the next one. We got a while to go before break, guys. We gave him a dinner break right when we got down to the final table. Lost Paul almost instantly after getting to the final table, and we've been running 8-handed for a while. Next player out, taking home 96.83 for an 8th place finish. Yeah, we're going to 2040 next level, guys. We level up to 20K, 40K with a 40K big blind ante. It's going to be the next break. I mean, the next level. KRRT, yeah, it sounds weird without the player audio, right? Luckily, it's a tournament and nobody talks in a tournament, so we're not missing any funny jokes or anything. Nobody talks in a tournament, so even Kelly Joe doesn't talk in a tournament. So, not missing that. Once we go on break, we're going to see if we can get this audio thing sorted out one more time. I don't think this hand is right. Kelly Joe clearly has ace something. I don't think he has 5 deuce. I think that might be the graphics from the last hand. We're about to find out, though. Pocket nines versus ace, queen, offsuit. Yeah. Something's up with the graphics there. Yeah, Kelly Joe is going to... Kelly Joe's going to double up gauge here. That's what's going on. Kelly Joe had ace, queen. Gage had 2 nines, I think. I'm not sure what's going on here. Yeah, he definitely didn't have 5 deuce. I'm just not sure exactly what happened. I think the graphics were stuck on the previous hand. Not 100% what happened there. Gage gets the full double up, it looks like. Kelly Joe calling him down with ace queen offsuit one time. I think Gage had 2 nines. That doesn't make sense either. KRT 88. Kelly Joe had a mountain of chips going into day 2. Average stack was around a little over 100K. Kelly had 700K going into day 2. He had a massive chip lead. So nobody's surprised to see Kelly Joe at the final table, not after his day 1B performance. Like I said, bagging almost 700K. Kelly Joe trying to get some of it back, coming in from the cutoff, 6-5 suited, making it 75K to go. Hunter calling him down, king 10 off out of the big blind. Both players getting a piece of it. Hunter top pair. Hunter clicks it out of the small blind. Looks like Kelly Joe bets the flop. Hunter with the check raise, I think is what I just saw happen. Yeah, Kelly bets 125. Hunter with the check raise here. King 10 offsuit. Kelly Joe has the fold bottom pair here. All right, you guys just saw it. Kelly Joe hits the rail, taking home $9,600 for that 8th place finish. $96.83 to be exact. Taking home $96.83 for an 8th place finish in our 2020 Best Bet Winter Series main event. Yeah, you guys in the chat, you guys saw it. He had, like I said earlier, almost $700K to start day 2. Yeah, PLO game's about to get lit now. Kelly Joe out, headed upstairs. Got his 5-5 seat waiting. PLO game's about to get lit. If any of you guys are in the area, want to come get some of that 9,600 that's about to go live in 5-5 PLO, you better get here now. The list is about to get long. KRC in the KRT 88, right? Yeah, 11,844 for the next for 7th place finish, $11,844. So that's it. You guys come get some of this live 9,600 Kelly Joe just earned in final table. You know, that's going live in the 5-5 game. Better get it while it's still there. Try to parlay that up into 20K real quick. R.I.P. Kobe, that's right. What a sad day for basketball. Sad day for sports. What a legend. Go ham in the chat. I can drop those payouts for you, man. No problem. Here you go. We just paid out 8th and 9th. So next player out will be the 7th place finisher for $11,844. Jason Lee in the YouTube chat says, go Solve for Y team. Charlie there in the 6th seat, a Solve for Y attendee a few years ago. I'm sorry, in the 7th seat. Charlie's in the 7th seat. That's Tyler in the 6th seat. Hunter bumping it up here with some mystery cards, making it 80K to go. Makes it very clear so we can see how much it is. Raised to 80K. Looks like blinds are up, guys. We're at 20K, 40K. Antonio makes the call out of the big blind with the 9 deuce of spades. Heads up to the flop. Can't see Hunter's cards, but Antonio's definitely got a live hand. Makes 2 pair on the turn, 4s and deuces with a 9. 2 flush draws and a straight draw out there. 2 flush draws and a made straight hand out there. Durbin Jag in the chat. Hey, man, what's happening? Got some player audio issues today. Can't seem to fix them, but everything else is good. Got off to a rough start, but here we are. Best Bet Winter Series final table. Main event, $1,100 main event. $360 in the prize pool. $360K. Yeah, no worries. As long as you guys can hear me, that's all that matters. Nobody talks in a tournament anyway. Fours and deuces with a 9. Antonio gets 3-bet here. Yeah, that's right. Don't worry, guys. I talk enough. You guys get in the chat. I'll talk to you. I'll hang out with you. You just missed Kelly Joe bust. He's about to go put that 9,600 8th place money live on the PLO table. Antonio making the full boat here. 4's full of deuces. Chris Ward in the chat. What's up, bud? Not a fun way to make a full house here with bottom pair. Looks like Hunter bets 400K on the river when the third 4 comes in with air. We don't get to see his hand. Looks like he's got some mystery cards. Looks like he rocketed them into the muck. Antonio makes the call with bottom boat, and it's good. 4's full of deuces. for the win. Antonio taking down a big one. Hunter trying to blast him off that hand. Antonio said, no, sir. Calling you down with bottom boat. Yeah, again in the chat, Charlie making 2 final tables back-to-back, event 1 and the main event. How sick is that? I think he made it to the main event on a satellite ticket also. Got there via $260 satellite. Here he is now, coming in for a raise with the King 7 offsuit in the cutoff, making it $90K to go. We're at 20-40, guys. Blinds went up. 20K, 40K. Charlie making it 90 to go. King 7 offsuit out of the cutoff. Gets a call from Gage on the button. Gets through the blinds, and we're going to be heads up to the flop. Two and work says Charlie was in for 45 in event 1, cash 17K. Way to spin it up. Looks like the flop goes check, check. Check, check on the flop. Looks like Charlie leads the turn with the open-ender. 6 of hearts gave him the open-ender. There we go. We got the board cards right. They're just out of order. That 6 came on the turn, queen on the river. I see an ace. Gage has an ace. Looks like ace 10 maybe for the win. Yeah, Gage going to take that one down. 530K in the middle, that hand. Charlie checks flop, bets the open ender on the turn. Can't get there on the river. River goes check, check. Gage takes down a big one with 1 pair. Aces. Ace is good. If you guys head over to the website, you can check out our February tournament schedule. That's up right now. We're gonna start running some satellites into those WPT events in March. Get there just like my boy Charlie here. Spend $45 up into 17K. That's the way to do it. Storm Chaser in the chat. Yeah, Charlie was trying to get that second main event seat in that satellite Thursday. He got one the previous week, the previous Thursday in the 260 mega. And that one got him here. That one got him all the way to the final table. Goham in the chat asking how many people bagged day 1B. I think it was 2. We started with 240, 247. I think we brought back 17 on day 1A. So I think we brought back like 31, maybe 30 or 31 from day 1B. 33. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. 33 from day 1B. Yeah, that sounds right. Bubble was 48. We came back with 48 players today. 48 didn't get paid. 47th got paid. 48 player was the bubble. 47 and down got paid. Yeah, I think 32. That sounds right. 32 from day 1B. Yeah, bubble was 48. So I kept getting the check mark here on this very coordinated board. 4 diamonds and a straight draw. A couple of straight draws out there. 7 tray straight. 7-8 straight, 2-3 straight, and all the flushes get there. Pair of queens good. Pair of queens takes it down. KRT88 in seat in the chat. If you win 2 satellite seats but don't need the second one, what happens? That's a really good question. So in our series, in our big main events like this, say you win an $1,100 seat and then you win another $1,100 main event seat, what happens is they register you into both starting days. So you get registered into day 1A and day 1B. And then if you bag day 1A, like if you get there off your first bullet, then you get $1,100 cash for your other satellite ticket. Or you can forfeit your stack and play the second day, whatever you want. But who's not going to take the cash? Free rolling at that point. So you get cash for your second seat if you bag the first day. I hope that makes sense. If you have questions, let me know. It's complicated, but it's cool the way it works out. So you get put into both day ones. If you bag the first one, you get cash for your second ticket, and you don't have to play the second one. But you have to bag. If you don't bag, you have to come back and play the second day one. Or like I said, if you bag and you want to forfeit your seat, you can do that too. Forfeit your stack, come back in with a full stack. I've seen that happen. Looks like a button raise from Sanket with the 7-6 offsuit and a button defend out of Hunter in the big blind 5 deuce suited. 5 deuce suited looking pretty good on the ace 5 deuce board. Sanket probably going to try to rep that ace one time. I imagine he's probably going to get check raised by Hunter. Maybe for all the biscuits. Sanket bets 60K. Into what, 230? Bets 60K into 230. Bets about 25% pot. Yep, there's the check raise. Looks like we're going to 160 here from Hunter. After flopping bottom 2 pair. He wants those draws out of there. Sanket with the quick fold. Button moves on to the next hand. We got about an hour left until we go to the next break, and when we go to the next break, guys, I'll see if we can get that player audio back for you guys. I just don't want to have to restart this thing and go back on another delay. Got off to a rough start, a couple audio issues, a couple of camera issues. We're rolling now, so I don't want to touch it. If it's not broke, don't fix it. It's only kind of broke, so I only kind of fixed it. Reed's still in this thing. He's been kind of quiet so far. GT Jack in the chat. It's me, Dustin. What's up? You guys running good in this thing, huh? My boy Eddie, I heard, had the chip lead in the 350 monster stack. There's 20 left. Get it, Team Best Bet. Run it up. All right, 2 players to the flop. This time Sanket. Cards didn't quite make it in the reader. This time Sanket versus Hunter. I'm sorry, versus Tyler. Sanket takes it down. Tyler with a fold. KRT88, yeah, it's not my main gig, but it's my main side gig here at Best Bet Jacksonville. I do a lot of things here. This is just one of them. But yeah, that's been my thing here recently. I do a couple other things, but yeah, Best Bet Live is my deal. The radio show also. I do the radio show with Jesse and Allie every Wednesday at 6. This time, Reed just commented on him being a little quiet and turns around and picks up Big Slick. Offsuit makes it 100K. The other players might pick up on the fact that he's been pretty quiet. He's just been sitting back waiting on a monster. Not going to get any action. Reed picks up the blinds and antes. We're 7-handed, so they're going to come around quick. Every little bit helps. When you're 7-handed, blinds and antes seems like you're in the blind and the ante every other hand. Storm Chaser, no, I didn't make it to Atlantic City last week. I was in Vegas 2 weeks ago, but I never made it to Atlantic City. I thought about it, but then I remembered that I would have to be in Atlantic City, and I changed my mind. I didn't want to go. I like the Borgata, but that's the only thing I like about Atlantic City. I like the airport when I'm leaving. KRT88, I appreciate that. Thank you. Thanks for tuning in, man. We couldn't do it if it wasn't for people like you that tune in and watch every week. Trying to grow this thing. Let's do it organically. Let's all do it together. Whoa, what a flop for Charlie. All you Campos fans in the chat living it up right now. Flopping the stones. Ace-4 of diamonds gets there. Out the gate. And then you got a guy betting into you. How good does it get? The great thing about checking, oh, no, he doesn't bet into you. He gets it all in? That can't be right. No, I don't think we're all in. I think that was a misclick. We would see the cards face up if we were all in. Yeah, there's still action. Unfortunately, that 7 of diamonds kills the action for Charlie. It's going to be hard to get any value from Reed with one pair. 4 diamonds. Yeah, going to be tough to get any action. Great flop for Charlie. Bad turn card for Charlie. Worse. That turn card saved Reed some money. He probably would have called one more street. Charlie flopping the stones. Stack gets a little bigger. Let's take a look at the chip leader so far. We're about 51 hands into this final table. Antonio with 2.2 million, 25% of the chips in play. Wow. Tyler in the back of the pack still got 17 big blinds. That's pretty good. You're in last place. You're the short stack, and you still got 17 bigs. That's pretty good. Chips are pretty well distributed amongst the remaining 7. Hunter opening big slick here. Blinds at 20K, 40K. Yeah, Charlie fan mashed the all-in button. Doesn't mean it's going to happen. Makes it 80K, the min click with ace-king suited. Tyler pitches the ace tray. Gage in the small blind, thinking about getting in there with some suited cards. Oh, yeah, he's in there. 9-5 suited one time. Antonio with the 8-5 offsuit, getting a good price. 40K for him to win the 240 that's already in the middle. All right, heads up to the flop. We're going 3 ways. Everybody getting a piece. Gage with the flush draw. Antonio, bottom pair. Hunter, top pair, top kicker. E. McKenzie in the chat. What's happening, bud? See you next week. See you here Wednesday night. A couple of days, right? Awesome. Hunter leads out kind of small with the big slick. Bets 110 into 280. Hunter playing this hand very small. Just with the min raise pre-flop. Then comes out 110 into 280. Gage decides to put in a 3-bet. Hunter says we're going to play for it all. Gage does have some backdoor straight outs, too. A 10 on the turn would be a great card. A 10 on the turn would be a great card for Gage. Any diamond. A 7. A lot of good turn cards for Gage. But he's going to have to play for all the biscuits. Cool, man. E. McKenzie coming in to play that 2-2 no-limit deep stack cash game on Wednesday night. You guys make sure you tune in for that one. That one is my favorite game that we stream. I think Gage has to go for the double up here. What do you guys think? He's got 425K. He's got about less than 11 bigs. There's 2 million in the middle. And you got 33% chance to win the hand. Oh, yeah, KRT88 in the chat's got a good point. He's definitely got more than 425K behind. He's got, like, probably closer to 1 million. Looks like he's got 5, 6, 7, probably 8.5 in his hand, 8.75, something like that. Flush draw in the muck. Big slick good. Hunter taking down a big one. That's probably going to give him the chip lead. Gage pitches the flush draw. Hunter takes down a big one, 2.1 million in the middle. Hunter feels pretty good about that one. Picks up a big pot, 50 bigs in the middle. Anytime you pick up 50 big blinds in a tournament, you're having a field day. The tuna tilts in the chat. Kelly Joe gone. Kelly Joe busted. He got some final table run bad, took home 8th place for 9,600, and I'm sure it all went live in the 5-5 PLO game right now. Maybe the 5-10 PLO game. Yeah, if you want to come get some of it, I'm sure it's up on table 5 right now in the PLO game. 9,600 straight to PLO. All right, we're heads up to the flop. Both players getting a piece of it. Antonio, bottom pair. I feel like Antonio always has bottom pair in this thing. Now he's got bottom 2 pair. Great turn card for Antonio. Probably going to get at least 1 street of value out of Senket. You guys see the payouts scrolling there at the bottom of the Twitch stream, the Twitch chat. First place, 75K in this bad boy. There we go, guys. We got confirmation. Kelly Joe in the PLO game. Come get some of that 9,600. It's live. Best Bet Jacksonville. He's trying to parlay it or dust it all off. He's going to spin it up to 20, 30K, or he's going to dust it all off. Come get it while it's live. Nines and sevens with a king way out front for Antonio. Sanket couldn't catch up. Needed a 5. Couldn't get there. Nines and sevens, super good. Antonio checks it on the river. Looks like a check, quick call. 80K. Sanket puts out 80K, it looks like, on the river. Oh, no, 195. I guess that was a white chip. Yeah, that was a white chip. 195 on the river. Little less than half pot. Antonio obviously snap calls with 2 pair in a tournament. Button moves. Let's take a look at the chip stacks after a couple of big ones we saw. A big one between Hunter and Gage. And Antonio just took down a pretty good size one. That gives Antonio back the chip lead. 29% of the chips in play. Gage getting short. 425K. The equivalent of less than 11 bigs. Tyler picking up a suited king here. King 7 of clubs. This stack's getting a little short too. Remember, guys, we're at 20K, 40K. So what's that make? 600K, about 30 bigs. Tyler got about 30 bigs. That's a nice, comfortable level, you know, in the final stages of a tournament. You don't want to get too crazy when you still got 30 big blinds. Man, Sanket cannot get his cards in that reader. It's just not going to happen. Looks like Antonio raised an ace tray offsuit on the button. Gets the fold from Hunter out of the big blind. Hunter decides not to defend 9-6 off. All right, guys, jumping back in here. 7 left. $1,100 Winter Series main event final table. First place, taking home $75,000. Next player out, taking home $11,000. 10x your buy-in. You just got to make the final table one time. No big deal. Audio should be back, guys. You should hear me. I just had to step out of the booth for a second and go handle something on the floor, but now I'm here. I'm back. Sounds weird when there's no player audio, I know. I don't like it either, but we're doing the best we can with it. Yeah, I had to go put out fires. That's what I do, putting out fires. That's 85% of my job. Putting out fires with this bad boy. No commentator means audio dead. I'm back. I'm here. Audio's still good. Kind of. Audio's still half good. All right, back to the action. We got Ace-Jack versus King-Queen off. King-Queen gets the best of it. Ace-Jack. Hunter makes 2 pair. He's going to be in big trouble. Coming out for 150 into 360 here. My buddy Jack's Joker in the chat. I heard I'm going to be seeing you soon, buddy. Looking forward to it. Come show him what's up one time. Charlie might have to fold his ace-jack. He's got a player behind him still left to act. His ace-jack might have to go on the muck. Antonio might appeal one time. He's got to draw to the nuts with an overcard and a monster stack. If that queen turns one time, I don't know if Hunter's going to go broke because that's going to put a 4-card straight on the board. Charlie's going to appeal once with the ace-jack offsuit. And Antonio gets out of the way. I had it backwards. I knew one would peel, one would fold. Deuce of hearts, no help to the ace-jack offsuit. Charlie getting betting chips out, though. Looks like he might be thinking about making a move with his gutter ball to the nuts. All of his aces good, too. He's got 3 aces, 4 queens to get there. Jack's Joker coming in hot. I like it. I can't wait. Charlie clicks it over to Hunter on the button. Top pair, second kicker for Hunter. Pretty good hand. I think him checking that turn might induce Charlie to bluff the river. Oh, Storm Chaser, you're right, yeah. Antonio did have an ace. Charlie's not going to fall for it. River's going to go check, check. I think we know Charlie wasn't going to call there, but I think Hunter probably could have bet that river, right? He probably could have bet small on that river. It's pretty hard to make top pair, much less have top pair hold up in a tournament. You're not going to win by checking it back. There were 2 flush draws on the turn, both missed. There was 1 straight draw. Somebody would have had to flop the nuts in that hand. Hiron Maru in the chat. Yeah, I saw that. Should be a penalty, right? Fake the all-in. Should be a penalty. What are we doing? What kind of place are we running here? We let them count their chips before checking. Reed playing pretty snug all game. Decides to open it up a little bit with King 10 of hearts out of the hijack. Looks like he's just playing Broadway cards. He says, I'm only playing Broadway cards all the way to the end. Charlie makes the call with some mystery cards. Now it's on Gage. Getting the big chips. The Don Johnsons in the middle. Getting it all in. Gets one through. Nice play by Gage. You don't get a penalty for counting your chips and then checking. I was just joking. Gage takes that one down. Gets it all in with 2 sevens and gets 2 folds. Fold, fold. Button moves. I think we're going to play till the end of this level and then take a break. Let me take a look at the structure sheet. Blinds are definitely up. We're at, there you go. You see it at the top right there. 20K, 50K with a 50K big blind ante. So we've got about 40 minutes of this level, and then we'll take a break. Two nines for Tyler, 755K behind. How many big blinds is that, guys? I already messed this up once. I'm not sure how many big blinds it is, but they're all going in the middle. $14 big blinds, something like that. 14 and a half. 15? Yeah, close enough. Cool. I'm from Mississippi. You guys got to excuse my math skills. Tyler gets in 15 big blinds with 2 nines. Picks up the blinds and antes. Got a free roll in orbit. Hunter picking up ace, king suited under the gun +1. Reed's going to fold because he only plays Broadway cards. Take my shoes off? Yeah, that's a good idea. Hunter makes it 120 to go. Ace, king suited. Antonio in the small blind with 9-4 off. Looks like he's going to make the fold. Fakes the call, makes the fold. Action back on Sanket. All right, guys, I just dropped the payouts in the chat for you for the remaining 7 players. Somebody at this final table guaranteed $11,000 for sure. King 10 versus Queen Jack. Antonio gets the best of it. Charlie versus Antonio. Charlie over 1 million in chips. Antonio over 2 million in chips. Looks like Antonio takes that one down. Charlie doesn't want to get involved with a big stack. Going to get out of the way. Button's going to move, and we're going to keep going. Thanks for hanging out with us, guys, despite our very strange player audio issues. KRT in the chat was right. It sounds really weird when you can't hear the players shuffling their chips. Charlie opening up some mystery cards here to 105K. 5K is the min chip in play right now. The gray chips are the 5Ks. Yeah, we got a nice trophy for this event. Oh, watch out. Reed's got some Broadway cards in the small blind. King, queen, offsuit. Nope, not going to play. Hunter can't call with the 6 deuce off. Not going to see Charlie's hand. Button moves. Charlie takes down the blinds and annies, worth 75K. So every 7 hands, you got to put in 75K just to stay in the game. That means you got to win 75K every orbit just to keep your head above water. That's what makes tournaments so hard. That's what makes tournament final tables so hard. Shorter you get, faster the blinds come around. We got an action, little action pre-flop here. Antonio opening the suited connectors. Sanket coming in for all the biscuits with pocket tens. Making it almost 600K to go. It's 475 to Antonio to call. It's another 475, and there's 830 in the middle. I don't think it's the right price. Antonio folds suited connectors. Laura Musler in the chat. Chip counts. I can do that. There you go. Antonio in the lead, 2.5 million. Gage, 10 bigs, 510K. I'm not sure that's completely accurate, though. I'll double check on that for you. Brenda Miller in the chat asking if the big blind is putting in an ante. Yeah, we're on the big blind ante structure. You know how this works. 25, 50K with a 50K big blind ante every hand. Saquette opening under the gun. Ace 7 of diamonds makes it 105 to go. Looks like he's going to get through the blinds. Free roll in orbit. We're on to the next hand, guys. Thanks for sticking it out with us. I know it sounds weird without the player audio, but I don't know how to fix it. We're going to take a look at it on break. See if we can figure that out. You'd think it would be an easy fix, but it's not at all. There it is. I think this is the first pocket aces we've seen in the final table. We've had a couple mystery hands, but I haven't seen pocket aces once. There we go. Hunter picks them up. I don't think I've seen kings or queens. I've seen jacks a bunch of times. Aces get some action from Antonio. King 8 tray rainbow board. Antonio checks it over to Hunter's aces. Bets 155 on the flop and gets called by Antonio out of the small blind. Four diamonds on the turn. Antonio first to act out of the small blind. Got some mystery cards. Oh, that's right. KRT 88's right. Yeah, king, queen suited. Got 3-bet by pocket aces early on. Yeah, that's right. For like 30 bigs, right? It was like open to 2.5 bigs, rip 30 bigs. I remember that hand. You're right. Second time we've seen aces. Bet and call on the turn. 4 diamonds. 7 of hearts. Looks like a pretty insignificant card. Looks like the river goes check, check here. That's the second time we've seen Hunter do that with a big hand. Check the river when he probably could have got. We still didn't see Antonio's hand, but I imagine he called 2 streets. He might have called a small bet on the river. Pretty hard to have any type of draw on that flop, on the king 8 tray rainbow flop. Might have been able to get one more bet out of Antonio. That's the second time we've seen Hunter check back big hands on the river. Check top pair second kicker back earlier, and checking pocket aces back on the river this hand. Some final table dynamics trying to ladder up a little bit. Oh, there they are. There's the, jacks for Antonio there. Yeah, Antonio might have called one more street with the 2 jacks. Antonio with jacks again? Is that right? Maybe afraid of 3-3. Okay, I mean, sure. Hunter checking the king-queen offsuit over to Antonio's 2 jacks. Antonio fires a 190 from the button and takes that one down. Storm Chaser 65 just being nitty. You know, I'm not sure. I'm not sure why you check back 2 aces in that spot. Maybe like the fear of overplaying the aces. Maybe the fear of overplaying the aces causes you to underplay the aces. I don't know. I don't know what happened there. That was a weird hand. KRT 88, shuffle some chips. That's not a bad idea. I talked to the boss man, Jesse Hollander, a few minutes ago. He said he might join me here, remote chat from his house. He might come jump in here and hang out with us. It's always fun to have the boss man on the show. Charlie raise and take it here on the flop. I mean pre-flop, sorry. Gets through the blinds and antes. E. McKenzie joined me last Wednesday. Was that Wednesday for the chat? Yeah, join me. Or was it, when was that? Must have been Wednesday for the 2-2 game. Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah, that was fun. This can't be right. There's no way he just got jacks 3 hands in a row. What is happening? Looks like this time limping the 2 jacks, Antonio, out of the hijack. We're going to go 4 ways to the flop. Jack, Jack, 8-7, 10-7, 10-5. Here we go. 4 players to the flop. Jack, Jack in the lead. Hunter, the only player to make a pair in the hand. Bottom pair. E. McKenzie, whatever you want, dog. Come get in that 2-2 game. A juicy 2-2 game on Wednesday. I mean, I'm just going by what the graphics say, guys, and the graphics say he got jacks 3 times in a row. I feel like I've seen that happen before, maybe like once or twice in all my poker. I've seen a player get the same hand 3 times in a row. The way he's playing this hand, jacks kind of makes sense. Check the 2 overs, nobody bets. Okay, jack's probably safe to bet the turn, bet 160. Sonket with the flush draw, though, picks up a flush draw when the deuce of diamonds comes in. Is he folding his cards? That's a good question. Just keeping them for the next orbit? If he gets jacks 4 times in a row, though, I'm turning this whole thing off. A bet and a call. Sonket coming along with the flush draw here. 7-8 suited. Little suited connectors. Doesn't get there. Board pairs on the river. This river is probably going to go check, check here. Antonio, first one to check. Sonkat could probably turn his hand to a bluff here. There's 570 in the middle. Antonio probably calls, though. He's got a monster stack. Antonio's got almost $3 million after that hand. All right, don't worry. Antonio didn't have jacks again. I definitely see at least one ace in his hand. Looks like ace-8 or something. All right, it was just a graphics error, and he just played the ace really weird on the flop. That's what happened. Looks like he has like ace-8 or ace-6 or something like that when he tabled his hand. Doesn't matter. Either way, it was good, and he picked up $360,000 in chips. One step closer to that $75K up top. Antonio, chip leader for the majority of this final table since we've been here. Miracle 185 in the chat. Yeah, the cards are right. I would like 85% of the time. They're right. Okay, see ya. Gage coming in with the 2 sevens, making it 100K to go. Charlie makes a call out of the big blind, queen jack offsuit. Charlie getting a piece of it here. Pairing a gut shot to Broadway on the ace queen 10 board. Pairing a gut shot for 110K to Charlie. We've seen Gage at some final tables before. He knows what he's doing. Charlie makes the call here, pairing a gut shot. Gut shot to the nuts. Now he's double gutted. 9 on the turn here would be good. I'm sorry, 9 on the river would be good for Charlie. Gage gets there on the river. So do the clubs. Club draw comes in. Bet call on the river. Charlie pays it off. Gage gets there. Set of sevens on the river. Hard to put him on that hand. But it's way good. Takes a big one off Charlie. Charlie trying to figure out how he could have played that one differently on the turn. Girl spot 2 outer on the river for Gage. It's good. Antonio, Jack 10 under the gun, coming out for a raise. Looks like a little over 100, right? Makes it 175. Big raise under the gun with Jack 10 offsuit. Gets through Hunter, action on Tyler. Tyler gets rid of the 6-7 of hearts. And Antonio's going to pick up the blinds and antes, being the big blind the next hand. Great time to pick up an orbit. All right, guys, we've got a few hands left before we take a break. When we come back from break, blinds are going up again. When we come back from break, blinds are going to 30K, 60K with a 60K big blind ante. Getting steep here in this final table. 7 players left. 7th place, paying $11,844. This time, Antonio, King, Queen offsuit in the big blind after a limp from Gage. Looks like Antonio min clicks it. Oh, makes it 110. Gage calls the extra 60K. They're going to be heads up to the flop, blind versus blind action. Can't see Antonio's cards. But Gage gets a piece. I'm sorry, I can't see Gage's cards. Antonio gets a piece of it. Flopping middle pair. Seems like when you have king, queen, the ace always comes, right? 9 of clubs on the turn. Turn goes check, check. Looks like Antonio might be afraid Gage has an ace. Weird spot for him to limp an ace out of the small blind, though. If I get an ace in the small blind, I'm probably going to raise and try to steal your big blind. Antonio bets 75K on the river. Picks up a call from Gage. Gage's hand, no good. Hits the muck, doesn't show. Antonio picks up the pot. King, queen, offsuit, good. See, I told you didn't have an ace. Gage is never limping an ace from the small blind with just the big blind to go. He's going to try to steal it. There's a big blind. There's 2 big blinds out there. This time Sanquet in the big blind. Reed getting pretty short here. He's going to have to make a move soon. He looks like he's getting down to about 10 big blinds. He's going to have to pull the trigger on one of these hands. Charlie coming in for a raise with the 2 deuces, makes it 105 from the cutoff. Gage putting in the 3-bet, getting the white chips out there. Those white chips are worth 100K each. So puts in the 3-bet to 310K, getting aggressive on the button. I like it, trying to get back some of those chips that he gave to Antonio. Charlie insta-folds the 2 deuces, folds them quick, doesn't even think about it. Gage takes that one down. Once we get to break, guys, I'll leave you with those chip counts. We'll take a look at it, and I'll see if we can figure out these player audio issues. There we go. There's a pair of queens. Hunter bumping up pocket queens to 110,000. Tyler, 630K. About 12 big blinds, 12 and a half bigs. We might be getting it all in here with the king jack suited, 12 and a half big blinds against a raise. Hunter thinking about it. Thinking about it. Suited king jack. Charlie right behind with the ace 9 suited. Everybody picking up some big hands. Ace 9 suited is a pretty big hand in a 7-handed tournament, right? In a final table. There it goes. Tyler gets it all in. King jack of spades. Gets through the ace 9 suited. He's definitely getting called by Hunter. See if anybody else is coming to the party. Reed folds. Hunter with the quick call. Oh, Tyler's going to need a lot of help. He's going to need a jack. I'm sorry, he's going to need a king. He needs a king. No. Needs the queen. One of the 2 remaining queens in the deck. Tyler turns the Broadway draw. Can't get there. Takes home $11,844. Oh, did I miss that? Queen gives him a boat? I didn't even see it. I must have missed it. Queen for the boat. All right, queen for the boat. Tyler drawing dead on the turn, apparently. I didn't catch it. Happened too fast. Here we go. Very next hand. Another all-in. 1 million. Getting it in for $1 million with king, queen offsuit. Gets around to Hunter with pocket 4s in the big blind. Hunter trying to figure out what you do with 2 4s in this spot in the big blind, facing a 20 big blind all in. I think that's what you do with pocket 4s facing a 20 big blind all in. Pocket 4s in the muck. Charlie's going to pick up the blinds and antes, and it's going to be his turn to be in the big blind. We are 6-handed now. 6th place in this thing, taking home $14,133. Spinning that all the way up from $1,100. If you're Charlie, you got here via a mega satellite ticket, $260 mega satellite. So really, you're spending up $260 into $14K. Jason Fish in the chat. Yeah, we're going on break here in just a minute, and we're going to update all those chip counts, make sure we get them right. Get it right, get it tight. They definitely got to be off because there's no way you can have like 79,000. Like you can't have 1,054,000. You just can't. Not when the min chip is 5K. Button moves. We're on to the next one. We are 74 hands into this thing. 74 hands into this final table. Got off to a rough start with some technical audio issues. Had to restart a couple times, but now we're here. We still don't have player audio, but we're here. We got to get that dialed in. There we go. Reed getting his last 11 big blinds in the middle with ace-4 offsuit. He can't even make Broadway with that hand. Fold, fold, pick up the blinds and antes. He's going to have to open up some of his opening. He's going to have to open it up and jam a couple more times to stay ahead of the blinds. Reed's been pretty snug this whole table, but he's going to have to open it up a little bit or blinds are going to eat him alive, especially when you're six-handed. Charlie getting it all in from the button there with ace-6 of hearts, and looks like it's going to be good. Gets through the 9-7 suited from Antonio. Antonio's got over $3 million in chips. Steamroll on this thing. We're at 25.50K with a 50K big blind ante for the remainder of this level, and then we come back to 30-60. 30K, 60K, 40-minute levels in this thing. You guys make sure you check out our February schedule. Like we said earlier, we're going to start running those satellites into that WPT main event. Coming your way mid-March. You got any questions about it, check it out. Let me know. Me and the boss man will get you an answer stat. We are six-handed in this final table winter series main event. $1,100 buy-in, $200K guarantee. Smash the guarantee. Put almost $360 in the prize pool. Great turnout for this event. Great turnout for this whole series. We've also got the $350 monster stack going on in the back of the room. Nathan Campbell in the chat. The WPT dates haven't officially been released. Let me see if they're on the website yet. Jesse told me like a week ago that they were supposed to go up this week. Let me see if they're up yet. Ryan Michael Stevens in the chat. Tyler just busted. You just missed him. Got in King Jack suited versus pocket queens. Couldn't improve. He turned a Broadway draw, but he couldn't get there. He needed one of the queens. WPT schedule. I'm checking on that right now for you, Nathan Campbell. Yeah, we don't have the March schedule posted yet. It should be up soon, though. It should be up really soon. Looks like Sanquet's going to hit the rail last hand before break, I think is what happened there. Reed's going to take him out. Break's going to be 15 minutes, guys. I'm going to drop these chip stacks for you. 5 players left. Antonio still way in the lead. All right, guys, players settling back in here. The final 5 remaining in our Best Bet Winter Open Series main event final table. Looks like Antonio opening up the ace-7 out the gate. It's 3-bet by Hunter. Finds the fold. We got 5 players left, one of which taking home $75,000 for first place finish tonight's final table. This event was an $1,100 buy-in. It drew 370 players, which generated a prize pool of $358,900. This was a $200,000 guarantee. Almost doubled it. So I apologize, guys. We couldn't hammer out those player audio issues, but, you know, as I've said already tonight, nobody talks in the tournament anyway. I think we did get the graphics dialed in. This hand, Gage raising ace, queen offsuit under the gun. We came back to 30K, 60K big blinds. 30K, 60K big blinds. Hunter coming out with 3-bet, looks like. Makes it 355. Charlie gets out of the way. We did get those chip stacks updated, so Gage's chip stack is correct. 1.2 million for Gage. Gets snap called by Hunter. Gets it all in. Ace, queen versus pocket jacks. Pretty classic tournament coin flip. Let's see the run out. Gage is going to need an ace, a queen, or a whole bunch of Broadway cards. Does get the queen, although that gives Hunter the open ender. Oh, drills it right on the turn. King high straight. Wow. Gage makes 2-pair-2, still no good. Hunter drills that open ender right on the turn and then improves on the river. Improves from a king high straight to Broadway. He got 2 straights. He got 2 jacks. That's it. Gage going to be our 5th place finisher, taking home $17,084 for a 5th place finish here at tonight's final table. Good game, Gage. Well played. I'm sorry if I didn't say your name right all night. I'm sorry if I've said it wrong since you sat down. It's just spelled weird. All right, so the button moves. Look at Reed. Reed's only played about 6 hands at this final table. Made it all the way to at least 4th place money. He's only played like maybe 10 hands. I mean, we can't blame him for not playing that one. 7 deuce in the muck. Hunter on the button. Queen 6 suited. Bumps it up. Coming in for a raise. Oh, no, just looks like he just came in just for the call. Limping the button in a 4-handed game. Antonio with the raise makes it 180K to go. 3 times the big blind. This is the battle of the big stacks here. Especially after Hunter just picked up $1 million for knocking out Gage. Battle of the big stacks, both players with over $2.5 million. Looks like we're going to see a flop, 5-5-8. Not the best flop for Queen 6 of hearts. You can never like a small paired board like that when you're the pre-flop raiser and a guy limp calls you. Their range is so wide, especially in a tournament. Like, yeah, he could have some 5s. He doesn't, but I mean, he could. He didn't. So Antonio takes down the pot. Bud moves. We're on to the next one. This time Hunter with the 7 deuce offsuit. Charlie getting his last 800K all in with queen 10 offsuit from the button. Antonio's got one of his queens. Can't call. Looks like Charlie's going to get one through. You really got to get your money in a 4-handed game. It's not fun playing 4-handed in a big blind ante format. Blinds come around so fast. Feels like you're always in the blind because basically you are. Charlie with another Broadway hand, picking up big slick. Can't get any action. Takes down the blinds and antes, though. That's all right. When you're a short stack in a 4-handed game, anything is good. Anything works. We're going to keep this thing going. Thanks for hanging out with us, guys. We did lose the player audio. Not quite sure how to get that fixed. Hopefully we can have that up for you guys by the next stream. Might come back tonight, hopefully. Looks like Hunter picking up 7-6 suited in the small blind. A little blind versus blind action, him and Charlie. Hunter puts in a raised 150K at 30-60 and gets the fold, gets through the big blind. Charlie in the small blind, picking up queen 8 offsuit, trying to figure out exactly how many chips he actually has. Around 925K on our end is what we're seeing. Queen 8 offsuit. Antonio waiting for him to make a move. 9-10 off. Charlie coming in with the limp. We're going to be heads up to the flop. 150K in the middle. Should be 180K in the middle. There we go. Charlie gets a piece of it. Gets all of his chips in the middle. Picks up 100K real quick. So after a couple hands, after Gage has been eliminated, coming back to, looks like Hunter way out in front. Reed's the one that's going to have to make a move here soon. Hunter opening up the ace tray offsuit under the gun, making it 150 to go. Gets through the blinds. No sweat. Button moves. On to the next hand. This time, looks like Antonio picking up ace-8 on the button. He's coming in for a raise. Makes it 150 to go. Not sure what's happening with Reed there. It looks like he was having a seizure. Antonio picks up the blinds and antes. The button moves. Sorry, Reed, I'm just kidding. We got some Tony fans in the chat reading for Antonio there in the 9th seat. Charlie getting all in his last 9.9. Hunter's in the tank, got some mystery cards, blind versus blind. Exotic Chaotic in the chat pulling for Hunter. I think if Hunter was going to call, he would have done so already. I think this is the Hollywood tank fold. I've been wrong before, though, in these spots, but I'd say it's probably like 80-20. 80% he's going to fold, 20% he calls. Oh, ship it. Ship me the money. GT Jack in the chat. Final table on the monster stack. Me, Eddie, Rami are even in chips. Going to be a good one. Man, I wish we could stream both simultaneously. What is happening? Might have 7-7 to tank that long. Yeah, something like a small pair. Didn't want to gamble for 1 mil. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, like you don't want to. You kind of have to fold hands like that in this spot just because Reed is so short here. You know, Reed is super short stacked. You lose Reed. You know, you level up from 4th to 3rd is almost a $10,000 pay jump. I mean, it is. It's an $11,000 pay jump from 22K to 33K. From 4th to 3rd, so you don't want to go dusting off chips when you have a short stack in the game. Charlie with the deuces, 1.325 mil at 30K, 60K. That's just what we were talking about right there, guys. You got to level up a little bit. When you got a short stack in the game, Each decision you make is worth an additional $11K. He busts, he takes home 22. If you bust the very next hand, you take home 33. You know? You got to factor that into some of your hands. Reed folds 11 big blinds. Getting real short. Antonio takes one down. Button moves, blind versus blind action. Hunter versus Charlie. Hunter looks down at some suited cards from the small blind. Not the best suited cards, but big blind could literally have anything. Three bet spot versus Antonio. Better spot than flipping with shorties. Yeah, absolutely. This is literally an $11,000 bubble here, you know? Why gamble with the short stacks? Just fold. That guy's going to blind himself out. He's only got less than 10 bigs now, I think. All right, we might see some action here. Reed getting it in, 2 10s. Hunter looking down at ace, jack suited on the button. You have to call. Reed's in there for 11 big blinds. You're four-handed. You're not going to get a better hand than ace, jack suited against 2 10s. You're not going to find a better spot. Hunter does make the call. Reed at risk. 11 big blinds in the middle. From Reed, 1.47 total. Ooh, ace on the turn. Not good for Reed. He needs a 7 or a 10. Cannot get there. Ace, jack suited. Reed has been eliminated. That's it. That's the level up we were talking about. Reed taking home $22,184 for his fourth place finish tonight. Congratulations, Reed. Well played. Good game. That's it. Reed taking home $22K. Next player out taking home $33,000. What? Charlie, I think Hunter too. Both players got here via a $260 mega satellite ticket. What a come up from 260 to at least 33K, maybe 75. First place taking home 75,000. Tonight's $1,100 main event final table. My name's Dustin Shacklock. Thanks for sticking it out with me through all the technical difficulties we've had tonight. You guys are awesome. It wouldn't be as fun without my chat regs that I hang out with every time we do these streams. Storm Chaser, Charlie has earned $50 in the past 8 days. You forgot a K. Yeah, there you go, 50K. That's awesome. That's badass. Congratulations, Charlie. Exotic Chaotic, Hunter used the second bullet, so he won the 260, and then he fired another bullet. Ooh, lucky chop here. Look at this. Lucky chop. King, 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 ace, jack. Ooh. King, 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 ace, jack. Lucky chop one time. Hunter wasn't bulldozing that hand. Wayne Leonard in the chat. He wasn't bulldozing that hand. He was behind. Got the lucky chop one time. %60 chop. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, after the flop. All right, we're three-handed. Final table, best bet winner series, main event. 360 monster stack still going on in the back of the room, guys. A couple of our favorite tournament grinders still in the mix. Eddie Marskoski, GT Jack, battling it out back there. Just got an update from GT Jack, said they're all about even. That one's probably going to go the distance for bragging rights. Here we go. Charlie getting it all in. 1.1 million. Queen 9 offsuit out of the small blind. Antonio cannot call. 7-4 off. Not going to cut it. Going to have to do a little better. Charlie picks up the blinds and antes one time. We shift the button, and we're on to the next one. Seems like when you get down to three-handed, or especially heads up, the dealer just spends the whole down shuffling. I've dealt these final tables before. Feels like just spend the whole time shuffling. Antonio, 7-4 offsuit again. I wonder if this is one of those situations we saw earlier, like when he had jacks 3 times in a row. Makes the call. Hunter with pocket 5s in the big blind. 2 black 5s. Looks like Hunter just knuckles the 2 5s here pre-flop. I see an ace. A little bit of flop lag. Waiting on that flop. There it is. Ace, king, 9, deuce on the turn. Antonio straight up stole that one. Team Mom 20 in the chat. I'll get you some chip counts. I see your command in there. I'll get you some chip counts after this hand. I'll drop them down for you guys. They've been pushing them around, so I'm sure they've moved since the last time we've looked. Hunter, ace 7 offsuit in the small blind. Bumping it up. Makes it 2:30 to go. gets jammed on by Charlie. 10-7 suited. Charlie making a move. I don't know if Hunter can call here. He does make the call. 10-7 versus ace-7. Charlie in bad shape here. Charlie trying to make a move. Oh, just flops the flush. Hunter with the nut redraw, though. 7 outs. Can't get there. Wow, what a flop for Charlie. Goes from a 30% favorite to a double up. Wow. There's a $19,000 pay jump between third place and second place money. What a huge double up for Charlie. Got it in way behind, dominated, and just flops the flush. So sick. Hunter had the nut redraw, too. Hunter with the ace of hearts on that flop. You can't even be mad when you see that flop, even if your opponent does flop the flush. Wow. What a big double up for Charlie. We're definitely going to take a look now. Here we go. Hunter still with 4.4 million, even after doubling up Charlie one time. Charlie 2.3, Antonio in the middle 2.4. So Hunter still ahead by 2 million chips ahead of the other two players in this three-handed final table. I mean, Hunter did eliminate like half the players at the table, so. Fish loops, good point. Charlie's got chips. That's going to change the game. Antonio getting 2 million in the middle. Ace King's offsuit from the big blind. Hunter folds. That's right. The game dynamic has definitely changed. Hunter's still got the stack, though. He's still the chip leader by 2 million. Like we said, though, guys, there's a $19,000 pay jump from third place to second place, from 33K to 52K. That's a lot of money. Looks like Hunter going to get a walk in the big blind this hand. Antonio not going to mess with the 8-5 offsuit. Looks like we're mid hand here. Waiting on some cards. There we go. Looks like Antonio raising the button with the ace-5 offsuit. Pretty standard. just like you're supposed to in a three-handed game. Gets through Hunter in the small blind, Charlie in the big blind. Trying to figure out what to do with King 6 offsuit. Talking about discussing a chop. I'm sure they'll discuss a chop. I'm not sure. They all have a stack. It's not like anybody's super short, right? Yeah, fish loops in the chat, possibly, but everyone's pretty deep. The blinds are going to go up again here pretty soon. I think we're going to go to 40K, 80K. So that could change things for sure. Looks like we're going to run some chop and numbers, I think is what's happening here. I don't think the tournament's over, but it looks like we are requesting some chop numbers. This is where not having the player audio is kind of a bummer. Yeah, it looks like we're talking chop. This is pretty standard when we get down to three-handed. They just want to see what's on the table, what an ICM chop looks like in this spot. Usually takes a minute to figure it out. So we pause the clock for them, let them talk about their options. We'll usually do it once for them as a courtesy, just to, especially when you're playing for, what are we at? $175,000-ish, a little less, $165,000. That's a lot of money, so, you know, as a courtesy, we'll let them discuss. We'll pause the clock, let them discuss a little bit. Yeah, Storm Chaser, I mean, I like where your head's at, but Charlie does have him by Hunter does have him by like 2 million. You know, he would be coming off a pretty good amount. Looks like we're crunching some numbers. Brought in the great Arlie Johnson, our tournament director, to help these guys figure it out. Split the 150 based on ICM, and then the winner take the extra 10 in a trophy. I like that. I think that's a good deal. I mean, maybe the way Hunter's going to look at it, though, is that he's going to look at he's got a real shot of winning 75K, you know. Looks like we're going to count down the chips, do the full ICM calculation. Got to do it the long way, make sure we get it right for these guys. Fish loops, no, bestbet doesn't. Bestbet has no say-so in a chop or no say-so in how the money is distributed. What we do is we say, these are our payouts, this is what we're going to pay. If the players decide they want to chop it up, you know, we'll help them do the math or whatever, but we don't influence it or do anything with the prize pool. We just say, these are the spots, this is what's getting paid, you guys are welcome to discuss whatever you want. I mean, at this point, it's your money. The only time it gets a little weird with bestbet is like in a satellite, like say you're playing a satellite and there's not enough money left over to buy an additional seat, so there will be like a remainder of cash, so it'll be like 7 seats and, you know, $300 cash. That $300 cash, you can't chop that up. That has to be played for. There's no chopping anything in a satellite. Like I said, guys, we're going to do this ICM calculation the long way. Break out 2 phones, 2 calculators. Make sure we get it right for these guys. Looks like Charlie's got 2 million just in white chips there in the front. They're about, I'm sorry, Hunter in the 5 seed, 2 million in white. Do some quick chop math. See if it's worth it for these guys to chop. And then get you an update. We'll figure it out. Man, this is the only time not having the player audio is really a bummer. Storm Chaser, I like your idea. I like the chop up the 150, play for the extra 10 in the trophy. I think that's a great idea. Makes it fun. The tuna tilts, I'm not sure what you mean. We always end up fighting for the min cash and the satellites, like fighting for the additional money, like who wants to take that instead of the seats? I see that happen sometimes. All right, let's do. I'm going to do some quick math, figure out exactly how much we're playing for here, guys. 75,000 plus 2. Playing for exactly $161,361. Trying to figure out a way to chop it up right now. Harley Johnson, our tournament director, in the mix. These guys trying to come up with a number they're all happy with. And then we'll chop that thing up. Or maybe they won't be happy with it. Maybe we won't chop it up. Oh, fish loops, I see what you're saying. Usually the min cash ends up being a decent cash versus the buy-in. Sure. You know, if you're playing for like an $1,100 seat, the last mega we had, it was like an $1,100 seat, and it was $880 cash. So you can get in that mega for, I mean, you can get in that main event for another $300. 70% of the way there. Still doing this chop math, guys. We can take a look at their stacks and see where we're at with it. As you can see, Hunter came off a little bit in the past couple of hands. Lost about 200K. That's not a lot. Antonio in the middle. Charlie in last place, 24% of the chips. Hunter with almost half the chips in play. So this is where ICM, Hunter has more than first place worth of ICM chips, right? So this is what we're looking at chip count-wise, guys, and then they're going to try to work out a number that works for everyone. The last place guy is really the guy that needs to, it's not very advantageous for the last place guy to chop, you know. Like, he's already going to get the money right now. He's already going to get 33K. Doesn't make a lot of sense for him to chop, like, when they're all that deep. I don't know if that's what's being said right now. I have no idea, but in my brain, that's the way it works. Like, it doesn't make a lot of sense for me to chop. If I'm getting last place money anyway, why not try to play for second place money? You guys are going to have to give me something. Flying Bob 29 in the chat. I don't know if that's a joke or not. Whatever. All right, looks like we couldn't come to a deal. We're going to keep playing. If I was Charlie, I wouldn't take the chop either. I can still win this thing, you know? Hunter gets out of the way. Looks like we're blind versus blind. Charlie completing the small blind. 7-4 suited. Antonio with a big one, three-handed. Ace-9 offsuit in the big blind. Don't forget, guys, there's a trophy up for grabs, too. This is a big trophy event. We got a big trophy for this one. Charlie getting the best of it on the flop here. Jack 7 gives him 2 pair. Jackson 7s with a big 4 kicker. Antonio needs any ace, any 9. Check raise out of Charlie, out of the small blind. I like that. Check raise out of the small blind. Works one time. Charlie picks up almost 600,000. Team Mom in the chat. Yeah, I don't have the ICM calculator in front of me, but yeah, that's kind of a low one for Charlie to take. I'm sorry, for Hunter to take there. That chop favors everybody except for Hunter, right? I don't know what method you guys are using, but I've got 3 different numbers in the chat so far from you guys. Flying Bob in the chat, these guys are all 3 regulars. They all play against each other. I don't think that's what's happening at all. I think these guys are genuinely trying to play and make the most money. I think they're doing everything they're supposed to do. Like we said before, guys, playing for $161,000. It's a lot of money. They can take some time and discuss, you know. Dickie Malone in the Facebook chat says, I say play. Me too. I'm team no chop. If I'm at the final table, don't ask me to chop. I want to play it out, especially if I'm the short stack. If I'm the short stack, I'm never chopping. Antonio takes that one down, flopping top with some backdoor straight action. Looks like we're still at 30K, 60K. Big blind Annie here. Antonio letting the 10-4 suited slide into the muck. Action on Hunter, 7-4 offsuit in the small blind. Jesse the boss in the chat one time says, gamble it up. That's what I'm saying. Jesse's with me. Team no chop. Right, boss man? Tell him. Team no chop. I didn't come this far to give away some of my money. You know what I'm saying? I didn't play all day to get first place chips and then lose some money. That's not happening. I'm team no chop. I think boss man is too. Yep. Boss man's team no chop. Don't even ask us. Unless we're the short stack and you're going to give me better than first place money. Then you can ask me. Storm Chaser's got a good idea in the chat. 60K, 45K, 45K, plus 11K in the trophy. I like that. Flying Bob, I don't know what you're talking about. Make what a policy? What are we going to make a policy in the chat? No chop? You want to make no chop a policy? I think that's what you're talking about. Nah, we can't do that. Looks like we might be talking chop again. Is that what's going on? Are we tanking over the 7-4? Blind versus blind? He's like, oh, I got a really bad hand in the small blind. I guess I'll chop now. Yeah, now I'll chop. I don't want to play this hand. Let's chop it up. Jack's Giant, I think we might be talking chop again. I think we might be trying to work out these numbers, trying to I think we're talking chop. Unfortunately, we've had some technical difficulties with our player audio. Look, guys, we'll drop these down real quick while Hunter's thinking about his hand. So since the last time we've checked, Hunter's lost a few more chips. He had 49% about 5 hands ago, dropped down to 43%. Pick up a bad hand in the small blind. Now we could talk about chopping. Yeah, I'm team no chop. Don't do it. Looks like that's it, guys. Looks like we're going to chop it up. I'll see if I can get these final numbers for you guys. I'll drop them in the chat box for you. I wish we had them real quick. Looks like that's going to do it for our main event final table. Hunter going to take home the biggest portion, I'm sure, followed by Antonio and then by Charlie. They chopped it up according to chips. I'll go get the numbers for you guys. I'll drop them in the chat. You can take a look. Thank you guys for tuning in. Thanks for hanging out with us. We'll be back Wednesday night with 2-2 No Limit Hold'em Deep Stack Cash. We've got our February stream schedule posted. If you guys want to play in any of the games, scroll down on Twitch. Let us know what game you want to play in. Shoot us an email. We'll get you on the list. That February list has been updated. I'm going to go get these numbers for you guys, and then I'm going to go check on that monster stack still going on in the back of the room. See how my boy Eddie and GT Jack are still doing. Yeah, I think Hunter's going to get the trophy. I'll go verify all that stuff, drop it in the chat for you. Yeah, you guys want to see how close you got on the numbers? I like that. Cool. Good game, everyone. Congratulations to the 3 finalists. Congratulations to Hunter. He's definitely taking home the trophy. He's getting all the chips stacked in his seat. Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. Thanks for tuning in. I'll drop those numbers for you in the chat here momentarily.